There we go. Hello, and welcome to Virtually Virtually Heroes, the show where we roll a bunch of dice to try and raise charity for a local children's hospital. My name is Logan. I'm the Dungeon Master. I like to throw an exorbitant amount of bad guys at my players and hope that they drown in the ocean, and I eat, sleep, and breathe Dungeons and Dragons. And with me today, I have a lovely host of characters and their players. And in no particular order, we will begin with, who looks busy? My wife, Annabelle Martin. Who are you, what do you do, and who do you play?
My name is Annabelle. I'm a mom and a wife, and I also have a job that I won't say online. Not because it's like a weird job, it's a normal job. I just don't want people to stalk me, like, just for clarification. Anyway, I play Arandi Wheel. She is a tiefling of Glacia with 2 levels in Hexblade Warlock and 5 levels in Soul Knife Rogue. She's like an assassin-y type character, but she's bad at it, so.
Lovely. And following Annabelle, Celeste. Who are you, what are you doing, who do you play?
Hello, I'm Celeste, security officer. Colorful me, security. I play Val, the level 7 artificer. Always got a new trick up my sleeve.
Brian Roberts. Who are you, what do you do, and who do you play?
My name is Brian. I play my brain's not working. I play a hill dwarf pure druid. He's pretty cool. He likes nature and stuff, kind of. He's pretty good at it. And he's about to fuck shit up with the sea hag today.
Yeah, speaking of, I'm pulling a token onto the map. Okay. Daniel Sanders, who are you, what do you do, and who do you play?
Hello. I'm Daniel Sanders. I play Cerberus Lenagoth, a Laureati wizard, level 7, 1 level into fighter. In the real world, I'm a bartender. And then Cerberus, I think his Harry Potter day is coming up, actually. That's pretty much it. He's just got a lot of people have hooks on him. So
yeah, you got like 4 days till Harry Potter Day. So, for those new to the show, the uninitiated, we are a charity stream. We play D&D, and we are trying to help relieve some of the pandemic damage to our local children's hospital. And for more information on that, I will turn you over to my wife, Annabelle.
Hi. So yes, we are partnered with Extra Life to raise money for the Cincinnati Children's Hospital. Essentially what happens and how this benefits us slash I guess you guys for your viewing pleasure in our game is that when you donate X amount of money, that number of dollars becomes a DX. So say that you donate by $6. Please don't donate $5. I mean, donate $5 if you want. Go for it. But it'll just be fun. Just everyone donate $1. We'll have a guaranteed single. Anyway, yeah. Sorry, I have a child in my lap. So yes, for if you donate X dollars, it becomes a DX. I don't know exactly what happens after a $20 donation, so maybe you should donate more than $20 and we'll see what happens. But yeah, so at $1,000, once we hit $1,000 for our donations, everyone who has donated and subscribed, liked, that's our babysitter arriving, so Logan isn't here to remind me. But if you either follow, I think it's everyone who follows us on Twitch and has also donated and included their username for Twitch, they will automatically be. He tripped over a cat toy. Will automatically be entered into a raffle for a statuette of my character, Arandi Wheel. She was designed by someone with a really pretty name who I can't remember. Logan, fill me in. I'm really bad with names and faces. It's a tough time. Who designed
Emily Harrison.
Emily Harrison. Beautiful name. Yeah, also super nice, by the way. You should follow her on social media. I know she's on Twitter. I don't know what else. She's probably also on Instagram. She does 3D design. Sorry, I had a script. So anyway, at $1,000, you automatically get entered into a raffle, and you could potentially win a statuette. It's about, I think, like this tall, right? About 10 inches, a foot, something like that. Of Arandi Wheel, hand painted, beautifully done, if I may say so myself, I'm sure. And yeah, that's essentially it. So there are multiple reasons to give, not just to the children's hospitals. Especially, I just want to throw in there, as a mom myself, I really think it's important for us to be donating and helping out hospitals wherever we can, but children's hospitals especially. They are really struggling with the pandemic right now. The Delta variant affecting children more than any previous variant, and it's scary. It's important. So definitely donate, support your local hospitals. If you know any doctors, just, I don't know, man, just send them a fruit basket. Don't give them a hug, but give them a hug after the pandemic is over. They need it. They need a lot of support. They deserve it. They're tired. That's all. I'm going to get the soapbox. Back to you.
Thank you. So, in lieu of a beautifully narrated recap of our previous sessions, I instead like to focus on what my players cared about. So, we do a recall with each individual player about what the top 3 things they enjoyed from last session, starting with Brian Roberts. Top 3 things from last session, go.
So let's see. I remember making a hole in the back of the ship and getting in, and then a snake chasing me, and me outmaneuvering the snake by putting a moonbeam down so it wouldn't come after me. Remember that. I remember shapeshifting into a rat and doing a lot of investigating as a rat, which is always fun because I like reconnaissance missions. And I mean, obviously, the third and the final and the best probably is summoning a sea witch to hopefully fuck some shit up soon and disrupt the battlefield as much as I can.
Very nice, very nice. Fuck you, Brian. Annabelle Martin, top 3 things last session, go.
So, there was a bit of confusion on my part last session about the druid in the combat, the enemy druid. We knew that she was in the guardhouse because she wasn't on the boat, and we were like, she's either here or there. And then a giant constrictor snake came out of the guardhouse, and I thought she had shapeshifted, but she just summoned a constrictor snake. So imagine my surprise when she came out of the guardhouse later. So that happened, and she also summoned a giant storm cloud, which eventually became my potential demise. I am currently at 2 failed death saves and no successes. So that's great. I'd largely successfully hidden from everybody, and then I forgot that I was on the mast of a ship and there was a storm link directly over top of me. So that's great. And then third thing that I remember is the one thing that I have details of in my notes, which is we got wrecked, took lethal damage. So Jax, as he said, cast Moonbeam, right? Skorsgard, the captain of the Habersham where we were fighting, he grabbed Cerberus and shoved him into the Moonbeam and did 17 damage. And I was like, that's pretty rude, right? Then Cerberus missed, like DBZ style, Misty stepped behind this dude and then shoved him into the Moonbeam for 18 damage, and then he died. And I just want to say it felt really good that he took more damage than Cerberus. It made me very happy. It was a really good time. So that's my third thing right there.
Daniel Sanders, top 3 things last session, go!
As we talked about earlier, I completely missed meet up with my mentor slash whatever you want to call him. Let's see. Obviously, I have to mention that the party met Val, who had brought in what Cerberus can only describe as a weapon of wonder. And then, let's see. And then I also have to mention the fucking teamwork, the wombo combo that is the Moonbeam and a nice shove.
It was pretty beautiful. And last but not least, I saved you for last so that you could have a chance to get into the zone since you haven't done this one before. Top 3 things last session, Celeste.
Well, obviously getting to be back with this group and after watching for so long. All the vertical combat as Val runs around with the spider climb boots. And, well, the fact I am currently in the water fighting an octopus.
That's a fun time. Also, before we get started, I'd just like to say thank you to the 3 people that followed us this past week. Even though we weren't online, we don't really get followers when we're not actually actively streaming. So thank you. And also thank you to whoever just donated a D12 to the Cincinnati Children's Hospital.
So just a shout out to those people as well. Followers, if you haven't donated, you should do it. And donator, if you haven't followed, you should do it. Hopefully there's overlap there, but if not, you should get on that.
All right. And with that, we're going to jump right into the middle of combat. I need to add in the Sea Hag to my initiative order, but it's the Sea Hag's turn because the Sea Hag comes right after Jax. What does the Sea Hag do having climbed through the hole in a ship? I need to switch to combat music.
What doesn't the Sea Hag do?
She starts grinding on the lizard man.
Yeah, so climbed up. Obviously, it sees Nilkesh. I can't remember.
Nilkesh,
Nilkesh.
I think.
Yeah, it's gonna see, and it's going to just go up and slash it.
I love the R.
Matter of fact, actually, what I'm gonna have it do is go up and try and grapple Nilkesh.
Okay.
Is that I don't know what check that is. A strength check?
Be an athletics check. Or a straight strength if she doesn't have proficiency in athletics. Which I'm pretty sure she probably doesn't.
Sorry, I'm pulling a D&D VR. Give me a second. It'll be a 16.
Against Nilkish's 11. He's grappled. Unfortunately.
I would then like to use the rest of my movement speed to to push our unit off of the side of the ship into the water.
There's no reason you can't do that.
This is out of like a zombie film. Where it goes over the side.
Okay, how else would you like to fuck me, Brian? Before
so
your turn's
I'm-
over?
I'm just gonna tell you my whole plan here, and you tell me what I can do this turn, what I can do next turn. My plan is to just with him grappled, swim down underwater, because the hag can breathe underwater, but I assume he can't. So I'm going to try to drown him underwater.
Yeah, you're a terrible person, and
You're the
I'll remember
best.
this.
You're the best, Brian.
So you guys, you managed with your movement because you had to move up to him and you had to push him, which takes twice as much movement as normal to get off the ship. You won't be able to move underwater this turn. So you guys are in the water, and then next turn, I have one turn to try and preserve this bad guy. And that's it. So,
And then
yeah.
just so you remember, at the beginning of your next turn, you will be within 30 feet, so you'll have to roll a DC 11 Wisdom saving throw or be frightened.
Yeah,
I think you knew that though.
I did. I did some reading over the last week. I'm not happy. I'm not happy, Brian. Not happy. Anyway, so that's the sea hag's turn. It's the bandito's turn. Hold on. I appear to have an issue with my initiative count. Can I edit these?
I'm pretty sure that I went before the bandits, didn't I? Because my number was right below.
For some reason, you have a negative 17 to the initiative, even though I definitely plugged in 17.
That would explain it.
Hope you all enjoy the sound while I fix what I've broken. Yeah, have some music.
That's a little better. There was one point. Sorry, what?
Alright, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that, yeah, there was one point with the pirate sounds where one of them was like, "Here, use this," and I was like, "No, it's not your turn. You can't use objects right now."
Sir, that is not a free object interaction. But did one of them say prepare the cannon, prepare your face?
I did not hear that, but I certainly hope they did.
Yeah, I thought it was like, prepare the cannon, prepare your face.
Okay, so here's what happened. I plugged the number in, but when I use my scroll to scroll up and down the page, it also scrolls the numbers inside the initiative counter. So. It's Val's turn.
Okay. Well, Val is going to use some movement and hop up right there beside Arandi. And cast Cure Light Wounds by pointing a gun at her face.
All right. Go ahead and roll that heal as the arcane firearm goes off and blasts a hole of healing.
Just imagine Val being like, well, she looks pretty bad. It's time to put her down.
For 11 points of healing.
All right. Your health goes up by 11 points.
At which point, I'm going to jump right back in the water. And how deep does this boat sit in the water?
Oh, that's a physics question I'm not capable of answering. We'll say that it's probably a third of it is underwater. So, about half as much again.
Okay, give me a number.
Well, the side of the ship appears to be about 20 feet, so there would be 10 feet underwater.
Okay. Well, since I currently can use the rest of my movement and my bonus action for my movement. Let's see, how far was it from my previous location to the dock where Arandi was?
Like 20 feet.
Okay. So that gives me, estimating the time out of water, say 90 feet worth of movement still, give or take. I will dive under the boat, going back after this octopus, keeping, try to angle a little bit in front of, so I've got some action to work with.
Okay, so you want to go like in an arc under the boat to end up on the other side, basically? Okay.
And the underside and in front of if possible.
In front of, do you want to be dockside or do you want to be seaside?
Seaside.
Okay. You got plenty of movement to get there.
And Arandi, yes, you had the right look on your face. While underwater, right now I can move 180 feet per round.
How?
Base 60-foot movement speed, dash, and expeditious retreat bonus action dash.
Yeah,
Wait, so you have a bonus action dash?
with
Retreat.
expeditious retreat.
It's a spell.
Yeah, I'm just... Wow.
Okay.
Sorry, continue, ignore me.
And then Cure Wounds was an action or a bonus action?
I think it's an action.
That was my action.
Okay, cool. Alrighty. And then I believe that's your turn. Yeah. Okay. The Banditos' turns. They did hold their action to fire when Val came up. However, they were expecting Val to come up in the water and not down on the docks. So I'll say that they didn't notice, especially since you don't make noise when you come in and out of the water. The cat is on my keyboard. Okay. You're underwater. They're not going to hit you. Arandi hasn't moved yet. They're probably going to just move towards the gangplank to help who they think is up on top, which is Nilkish, because they don't know he's overboard yet. This is a really bad situation for me and my characters. I don't know if anybody can hear me or if any of that made it through.
Yeah, I can hear you.
It did.
Maybe
Get
a
sad
slight
music.
reduction in the music volume would be good, though.
I was trying to position myself a little closer to where I was actually going, but it did not work. The ship is so close to that dock that I just rolled off the side.
Yeah, if you want to hit, if you want to position your cursor and hit tab, it'll actually put a little marker. Okay, cool.
As closer to there.
Get on your knees.
Because Val's not going to sneak up right on an octopus to try to give it a hug, that's for sure.
So they're just gonna move. They don't have. I don't have any bandits up on top anymore. I don't think. Never mind. I've got 4.
The lone survivors from that single spell that Cerberus cast.
Yeah. So Cerberus, I'm gonna hit you with 4 crossbow bolts. Remind me again of your armor class.
It is 20.
None of them managed to hit you. Arandi, it's your turn.
Alright, well, I was only planning on making a death save, so I'm gonna... What do I see around me? Where's the nearest enemy?
Oh yeah, you're not in tabletop sim.
No, sorry.
There
my
are
computer died.
3 banditos currently running down the dock in your direction. They're about 25 feet away-ish.
Okay, and is there anyone... Cerberus killed everyone engaged with him directly, right?
Yeah, you also can't see Cerberus because you fell out of the mast and onto the dock, so you can just see the side of the ship.
Okay, well, I am going to go ahead and Eldritch Blast at one of them. Anyone.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your attack and damage. Do you have 1 beam?
That's 17 for the first one.
That hits.
And 11 for the second one?
Also hits.
Nice!
Roll your damage for your first one first.
I rolled a 1, but I have whatever that thing is that gives you your charisma modifier for damage, so it's 5 total.
Okay. That's not enough to off him.
That's fine, I rolled 11 for my second one.
Do you want to hit the same guy again, or do you want to hit a new guy?
I'll say that I hit a second guy. That's what I was imagining, and I don't think it's technically fair for me to...
I mean,
Well,
it's up to you.
if Arandi didn't kill him, she probably would have gone ahead and offed him, so we'll just...
Okay, cool. He dies. Nice. So that's your action. You have a bonus action. And you should probably move.
Yes, I am going to move just behind something, and I'll bonus action hide.
Okay, you're on an empty dock.
Right.
So you use half your movement speed to get up. You have 15
Right,
feet of
yeah.
movement.
That's right. And, shit. I guess, is there any way for me to get toward one of my friends if I dash?
So I will, since you aren't in the tabletop simulator
I
yet,
can go ahead and open it. It just messes up my whole computer.
I will give you this advice. You have boots of striding and springing. If you dash, you can jump onto basically either of the ships that you are next to. So there's the one that you started on all of last session, and then there's the ship that still has pirates on it.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and jump up onto. For now, I'll jump onto the ship that doesn't have any pirates on it, and I'll bonus action dash to do that. Did my mute get turned off? Were you guys able to hear that?
Okay, so you had 15 feet. You gave yourself an additional 30 feet. You used 20 feet, so you still have 25 feet of movement.
All right. I'll try and position myself to get a small amount of cover if I can, and if not, I'm just going to get to a point where I can see Cerberus, if possible, and to a point where I can see any enemies, if possible. But Cerberus would be the priority.
Okay, I'm going to position you with full cover behind the mast. You can still peek out and see Cerberus on one side, and you're not in a position to get hit.
Sounds good. Thanks, boss.
It's Neokish's turn. He has to make a wisdom save, right?
Jax.
I'm sorry, yes, it's DC 11.
He rolled a 12. I accidentally rolled it to myself, but I took a screenshot of the dice.
This is to not be frightened, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so if he makes his save, which he did, he is immune to her horrific appearance for 24 hours.
Okay.
And he still had, his longsword in hand when he was pushed over, so he is going. Actually, he's not. He's gonna go ahead and exhale the thing he hasn't used this combat yet. I really need to look up a rule to see if he can hold his breath while using his draconic breath, though. There are no rules that his breath weapon would make him lose his ability to hold his breath underwater. Doesn't really make sense.
I would say he can.
Jeremy Crawford says that being underwater doesn't prevent spellcasting, and therefore it can work.
Our breath weapon spells.
Oh wait, nope, that's not. Never mind. The question was wrong. It was the wrong question. This.
Okay. So I'm gonna say, how long can you hold your breath? It's 1 plus your con modifier, right? In minutes.
I think that's right. That sounds right to me.
Yeah. So he can hold his breath for 3 minutes. And a fire breath takes 6 seconds. I'll say it takes 30 seconds off of his ability to hold his breath, which is 5 rounds. Sounds fair to me. He's still going to hit her, so she needs to make a DC 15 dexterity saving throw.
Saving throws are...
She doesn't have proficiency in any specific dexterity saving throws, so it's a straight dex roll.
Okay.
I did find Christopher Perkins' response specifically about dragon breath attacks underwater. I feel like this counts for Dragonborns as well. He says it's completely the DM's call. It could be hot enough to burn through the water or become scalding steam.
I would say it's just steam. Still, as someone who's experienced many kinds of steam burns, not a great time.
That's a natural one, so.
I think also actually this speaks really well to how elemental planes work in the Dragheim universe anyway, because I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about it, but
That
maybe
is 20
but
points of damage.
You're still grappled though, right? We're still grappled.
Yes. He used his action to do that. Doesn't have any kind of bonus action. Hold on. Yeah, that's all he can do. And then he is... He can't move while he's grappled, right?
I don't think so, no. Let me check.
Creature speed becomes 0. Yeah, that's it for his turn. That's really sad. Next, it's Nalid's turn.
I just have a quick question. Does that if I'm the one grappling, does that consider me grappled as well?
Weirdly enough, no. Somehow your speed is not also 0, even though in the real world, if you lock up with somebody, you're both basically immobile. No. You're just moving at half speed.
yeah, I think the idea is that it's like because you're dragging the other person along with you.
How deep is this water also?
If you don't go out to sea, man, that's hard information to find. I now know that it's like 300, an average of 300 feet deep across the entire ocean, if that helps.
Wait a second. An average of only 300 feet across the entire ocean? Are we talking about in the D&D world or like real world?
Real world, but that's an average, which means that it's also taking into account really shallow water and really deep water, which offsets it to like an average of 300 feet.
I feel like it should be much, much deeper than average, right?
Yeah, because that's less than a mile.
Look, man,
That's like a...
I googled it. That's all I have. I'm not an oceanologist. I run Durga de Dargans. So, a cruise ship sits about 30 feet down into the water. This is not the size of a cruise ship, so I feel pretty good about my 10 feet deep. And we'll just say that a larger ship wouldn't be able to dock, so we'll put the depth at 30 feet until you like go way out to ocean. So a really big ship wouldn't be able to dock, and they'd have to send little boats out to come to shore, which I think is historically what they actually did. This is not a huge-ass ship. 30 feet deep. Forgot what I was doing. It had something to do with the giant octopus. which is a very D&D sentence to say. Okay, the octopus is going to do an octopus thing. The octopus is going to use its ink cloud ability. So a 20-foot radius extends around the octopus, and the area is heavily obscured for 1 minute. Afterwards, it can use the dash action as a bonus action. And its swim speed is 60 feet. What's 120 divided by 5 real quick for my math people?
It is 24.
Wow. That was quick.
Anything divided by 5 is just 1/10 doubled. So 12 times 2 is 24.
That's handy. I did not know that.
Now, my question is, why is that ink moving with her?
The
'Cause
what?
I accidentally picked it up. I didn't mean to.
I just found something out about underwater combat that I would like to ask if it applies to Dragheim.
Go ahead and ask.
Normally, all creatures fully immersed in water have resistance to fire damage, but because your elemental planes work differently in Dragheim, does that still apply?
That's a lame rule. I don't like it.
So no, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, thank you.
But it works in reverse. I'm not going to give anything resistance that you guys would fight with fire. Just because that makes, like, your primary wizard ability is Firebolt. That just seems lame. Because there's also a rule that electricity doesn't work at all underwater. And that would cripple Cerberus and doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Because I don't know if anybody's ever taken a bath with a toaster, or known someone who has. I think electricity works better underwater.
Hopefully none of us do.
I don't know what your kink is. Anyway, Cerberus, it's your turn.
I mean, he didn't say it was plugged in.
Cerberus, at the beginning of your turn, you hear... I hear alarm bells. Is everything all right?
A little bit busy, sorry. And I'm going to look back real quick and be really confused because I swear to God there's a Dragonborn behind me. Sorry, I swear to Zamir.
Could you imagine, like, Cerberus running and the Dragonborn running behind him? You have, like, a frame, and then this horrible monster creature just comes out of the side and knocks him off the ship. Like some sort of eldritch horror being.
So that being said, I'm going to be like, oh, okay. And then I'm going to kind of take a deep breath, and I'm going to use my second wind real quick. And recover 7 hit points.
Fighter wizard.
And then I'm going to turn my attention to the bandit that's closest to me on the left side of the ship. And I'm going to just Ray of Frost.
Nice, nice.
That's a 14 hit.
That hits.
And that is 15 damage.
Another statue.
And I'm going to wait for them to come to me, so I'm not going to move.
Okay. Motherfucker, it's your turn.
I can only assume that means me. I will. So I'm in the ship, and I patched a big hole in the back. I think previous turn, right? So, if I remember correctly, when I was a rat, I smelled Zalfarius' scent heavy down here. Correct?
Yeah.
I would like to, since there's nobody down here with me. At least I hope. I'm gonna start looking for Zell's body, or anything, any kind of anything of importance.
Roll a DC 20 investigation check.
I didn't mean to roll twice, but the first one was a 6, so that fails.
Yeah, so you spend your turn kind of like looking in and around the barrels and stuff. They're all sealed. All the barrels are sealed. And without the aid of that smell from before, it's going to be pretty hard to figure it out. But that was your action.
I mean, I don't really have any good bonus actions, so can I use the paints as a bonus action?
What are you trying to paint?
I'm trying to paint holes under the water line so the ship starts to slowly sink.
I could say you could paint like one like hole this big as a bonus action, just like dip it and dab.
That's what I'll do, and I'll start the ship sinking very, very slowly at this point.
Okay. All right. Sea Hag's turn.
Okay, am I able to attack while grappled? I think you can, right?
While grappling, yeah, you can make an attack. You make your attack with advantage.
Well, grappling. Right.
Yeah,
Not grappled.
I'll do that. I'll make a claw attack. It's a 10 to hit.
That's with advantage.
I did not. You're right. $16.
Does not hit.
All right, then I will use my 20. You said half movement underwater or grappled, right?
Yes.
That's grappling too, right? Like,
Yeah.
grappling.
You're dragging something through. Yeah.
I'm just gonna go. Yeah, 20 feet of swim speed. I'm just gonna go straight down.
Okay, that puts you towards the bottom of this area of the ocean. Yeah.
Yeah, my goal is to just hold them at the bottom as long as I can.
Okay. Val, it's your turn.
All right. Well, I see the inky mess, and then I noticed off to the side that octopus, because I never said I went back up. So I will go ahead and firebolt.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your attack. Let me check a rule real quick. Because while I don't think she'll have resistance, I think all of attacks are still made at disadvantage underwater.
They are. I have underwater combat rules pulled up. Oh, it might have been melee attacks. Let me check.
I was like, yeah, I
Yeah, it's
casted
iffy
a
because melee's
spell.
a disadvantage, and crossbow or projectiles have a certain limit on their range.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is a spell.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything for spell casting, but obviously it's your fault.
Okay, cool. Yeah, go ahead and make your attack regular rolling.
that would be a 9.
Nine. Shit, where's my octopus? Does not hit. Giant octopus has an armor class of 11.
Oh, that's because I was pressing space while in D&D Beyond while trying to respawn. That's why it kept re-rolling.
I see it now. I didn't know it did that.
Yep, me neither.
Alright, so 9 does not hit. You still have your movement and whatever bonus actions you have.
Where is my my turret?
Oh, that's right. I deleted that because I thought it was the Sea Hag, but your turret's still on top of the ship.
Okay, well, depending upon the movement, I'm hoping to get my turret to the side since it can climb and cling.
So like there.
The goal is to get it within range of the octopus.
What's its movement speed?
15. Not within melee range. So, just a clear line of sight.
That's about as far as it can move on its turn from where it was before.
Yeah, it looks like that would be just out of line of sight.
Can always... I don't know if they can hold their action, or if it can hold a hit.
I don't know. I don't think so, since it's me and it counts as a bonus action.
Yeah, I don't think it can. But you'll be able to use it next round as she moves up, so...
Yeah. Okay, that'll be it for me then.
Alright, Orandi.
I'm gonna cast Eldritch Blast.
It's not your turn.
Oh,
I was
disregard.
gonna hit you and had forgotten that you moved. Yeah, I can't hit you at all. So I'm just gonna continue to flood the ship with more guys. Cerberus, that's going to be 3 attacks on you. None of them hit.
I'm sorry.
Tortoise ass motherfucker. Orandi, it's your turn.
I cast Eldritch Blast on 2 of the guys.
Blast. So are you in? You're not in the thing yet, are you?
No, you're right. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'll go.
No, I'm gonna give you options. We can do this theater of the mind for you if your computer has an issue. So
I appreciate it.
yeah, if you peek out from behind the mast, there are the 2 guys that you left on the dock after you jumped. You'll have to run to the edge of the boat to get line of sight on them. From the mast, you can also see 2 guys up on the ship opposite of the dock, the pirate ship, Haversham. So you can either hit 2 guys that have been shooting crossbow bolts at Cerberus, or you can hit 2 guys that are definitely chasing you. But you can't see.
I'm gonna defend my friend.
Okay. Like he needs more defense.
He does. He's just a little wizard. And my first roll was a 19 to hit.
Yeah, that hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
That's 12 points of damage.
12 points. He's dead.
My second was a 23 to hit.
That hits.
And 13 points of damage.
Yeah, Cerberus, you roundabout with your shield and plink a couple crossbow bolts out of the air. And then 2 of the guys just fly across the deck of the ship as eldritch purpley green energy just slams into them. And they crack their skulls in the wood, and I don't know, one loses an ear as it gets caught on a nail. It's pretty bad.
Work!
And then it's Neokish's turn. Unless, Arandi, you would like to do something else.
I would like, at this point, there's no one else on the ship except for Cerberus that I can see, right? On the other ship?
You see 1 ice sculpture statue and 1 robot turret and Cerberus.
Right. I am going to go ahead and I'd like to... Can I jump across to the other thing, or is it possible for me to use up my movement if I...
Unfortunately, to clear that distance, you'd probably have to action dash and bonus action dash.
Okay, got you.
Use your action. But you can bonus action hide to get advantage on your next turn.
I'll just go ahead and bonus action hide then.
Okay, so we'll consider you hidden. There's not really a reason to make a stealth check because you're well away from most of the combatants. And if you explode out of hiding and do whatever you need to do, you'll get advantage on your next thingy. Neokish, does he get his breath weapon back? Please. Fine. That being said, he's going to attempt to use his action to break free of the creature using an athletics check. It's a 14 versus whatever she rolls. She has to use strength check.
$18.
Fuck you, Brian. You beat me by 1. Also, chat says, want to become famous? Buy followers, primes, and viewers on bigfollows.com if anyone's interested. Thanks, bot. Yeah, he failed his action. Shit. Okay. So, Nalid, who has been racing along the length of this ship to attempt to help Neokish on deck, can now see with her octopus vision that Neokish is underwater. She hasn't known that Neokish is underwater up until this point. She has no reason to drop shape and use Dispel Magic, which would make the most sense for me as Dungeon Master to do. She doesn't know this thing is a spell. So, she's just gonna swim up and try and help, I guess. Got plenty of movement to get there.
Question: if this is an actual like humanoid shaped into something, does the frightened thing affect her in when she's shaped into something else? Because technically she's still a humanoid, right?
Yes. Hold on. The actual rule is a druid in wild shape is a beast. For the purposes of creature type, you are a beast while in wild shape and no longer a humanoid. So she is not affected by the horrific appearance, and she will have to make that saving throw if she drops form. Important also for you to remember for your wild shapes, because draconic abilities like Horrifying Presence and things like that will probably also not work on you, and that's really fucking awful for me. It's just another thing you get to fuck me over on. Brian, thanks. I'm mad at you for something I learned about your character, not even something you did.
Not something he did yet.
So, it's going to make a tentacle attack. +5 to hit. Rolled a 12, +5 is 17.
That hit.
Seahag has an AC of 14. Doesn't make a save, it's just grappled. So, tentacles specifically say, melee weapon attack, +5 to hit, reach 15. Reach is 15 feet! I wouldn't have gotten into melee if I'd known that. 2d6 + 3 bludgeoning damage, which I haven't rolled yet. If the target is a creature, it's grappled. It is grappled. The escape DC is 16, so on your turn you can use your action to try and escape. Until this grapple ends, the target is restrained, and the octopus can't use its tentacles on another target.
How does it work if you grapple someone who's already grappling somebody else?
I'm gonna read that right now.
We're about to have a party down here. Hugs for
Maybe, like-
everybody.
Maybe like you all are just holding hands.
Cuddle, puddle.
Holding hands at the bottom of the ocean.
That's how I want to
I
go
like
out.
to be under the sea.
Down where it's
Even
better.
octopus
Down
is
where...
grapple with you.
So, has a 60-foot swim speed. It's used about 50 feet. She got 10 feet of swim speed. Here is how this works. You are still grappling Neilkish. Nothing has ended your grapple. But she's going to move 5 feet back using the remaining 10 feet of her movement, and Neilkish does not get dragged along with that. So essentially, if there is a grappled target and something separates them physically from a third party, so like she could have grappled Neilkish and moved back too, and that would have ended the grapple as well. But anytime that anytime an outside force moves the miniatures more than 5 feet apart, the grapple's ended, which is what she's gonna do.
That's oh no, never mind.
So yeah, Neilkish is now 10 feet away from the hag, and the hag is grappled and restrained by a giant octopus's tentacles. And it's not just one tentacle, like, to clarify, it can't use its tentacles for anything else. The hag is, like, wound up in it. Stormcloud still rages overhead. And I think that's it for Naleed's turn. What a waste. Saving the Dragonborn. Cerberus, it's your turn. Go kill somebody.
Yes, sir. I will this turn look to the one on the right, rinse and repeat. I will Ray of Frost.
Okay. Also, you notice at the beginning of your turn, you get another message. Do you require assistance? Do you need help?
I love that he's just like, hey, what's going on? I'm just gonna kind of like rumble as I fire. With if you'd like, you could use help with docs, please. And fire at 22 to hit.
22 hits.
9 damage.
9 damage. Does not kill him. Yes.
In that case, I'm gonna move down the step, and I'm actually going to start trying to engage them in combat. So I don't know exactly how far down I can get.
You could move like into melee with that guy that you just hit, and that would be like 25, 30 feet of movement.
I will do so. I will do that. And that's all I'm going to do this turn.
Okay, cool. In that case, need to roll initiative for Orokus.
Aw, yeah.
As if you didn't have enough on your plate already.
Yeah. Oh, he's gonna be complicated to run.
I
Jax,
summon
it's your turn.
Wizard.
It's my turn.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Once again, I'm asking for an investigation check.
Okay, Jack Sanders.
You have my support.
Okay, I got a 16. I'm asking the party if I should use a charity dice to get over the 20 DC check to find Zelfarius.
Use it.
Okay, what do we have? D10s and D12s? I think we have 3
I believe
D12.
Jordan texted the group to let us know how many charity dice we have.
I remember
Yeah,
it's
we
just
have
real
2
close.
D10 and 3 D12s.
I will roll a D12. Well, of course. Of course.
What a fun gamble.
What did you roll?
You've got a
16.
1.
Do we want you to roll another one? I kind of want us to find our friend.
I mean, if you're okay with that, I'm down.
I'm good.
Spend
Yeah.
those things. The less you have, the more you'll be tempted to donate. to
Maybe
charity.
we should save the D12s. We should roll like just a D10.
There we go.
Okay, so you get through a couple barrels. You don't open them, but you like look around them. You're like, he's got to be in a barrel at this point because there's nobody down here, and if he's on the ship, he's in a barrel. So you look around, you find a long, like, essentially like a crowbar, a barrel tool, if you will, and you try to select one. And mysteriously, the ghosts of children in need of charity are like, pick that one. And so you slam the crowbar and wrench the lid off, and you see, kind of cramped but not horribly stuffed, into a barrel of thick green liquid, almost in a meditative position, Zelfarius. Completely submerged.
I think to myself that Zavarius really wouldn't like that if he were conscious right now. And I'll pull his body out of this stuff.
Okay. If Jordan is watching, and if you have time, I would like you to enter the chat so that you can start making death saving throws. But I don't know if Jordan's watching.
I will call that man if I have to.
Yeah, you go ahead and tell him to jump in. Is that all? I think that's all you can do with your turn. What would you like to do with the grappled sea hag, Brian?
Since I'm grappled, that means my attacks are disadvantaged, correct?
That is correct.
I would like to just... Yeah, I will, I'll make a athletics check or whatever to try to... Yeah, I'll go ahead and try to break the grapple.
If you're trying to escape, you can use athletics or acrobatics. So, strength or dexterity.
I'm gonna go strength on this one.
Okay. Against the giant octopus's roll.
18.
He's on the way.
That's a dirty 20.
Alright, I guess tag's over then.
Val, it is your turn.
All right, I'm going to swim closer to the back of the ship here.
Side note here, I don't think you ever rolled damage against me. Against the hag last turn. When the grapple
that's right. I
turn.
need to do 2d6.
That happened real quick, and then I'll go back.
It's a total of 9 points of damage. The hag has 23 health left. Sorry, Val.
That's all right. I will then cast Scorching Ray.
Okay. 3 attack rolls. DC 11. One hits.
Oh, no. I've got lucky. I'm going to go ahead and use 2 lucky points to reroll those 2.
Okay.
Three hits.
Alright, go ahead and roll damage. And Jordan, give me an initiative roll, please.
One second.
The first one does 8. Second one does 5, and third one does 12.
Are we still linked, Arandi?
Yes. Oh, DM, I don't actually know if we are still linked because I had gone unconscious.
You are not. That breaks when you drop. When you're
Okay.
a death saving throw away from death.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks.
the octopus is pummeled with flame. Still retains form. Barely. There's like an arm floating in the water now.
Oh, at which point, bonus action to let my little turret go within line of sight and fire at the octopus.
Okay, I do have one question, just because they are now 30 feet underwater, because we've established that they dove down. What's its essentially its? Does it have a line of sight or a perception ability?
No, it goes off of me.
goes off of you, and you can see it, so therefore, that makes sense. Okay, go ahead and roll your attack.
Since the octopus was hit, does that mean that it breaks concentration from the cloud that's above us?
Oh, I need to roll for that.
So it's a total of a 9 to hit. It missed.
Okay, and then I need to make it's a 13. It's 10 plus half the damage, right? I think. Let me check. $10 or half the damage taken. So she's got to make a 10, a 10, and a 10, because half the damage of 12 would be 6. So 3 DC 10s. That's a 13 plus 1. You guys can't see it when I roll on the creature, do you? I wonder if that's a setting, because it used to be that everything was open rolled, and I prefer to open roll. But she's got a +1 to her concentration, so I'll just do custom rolls so you guys can see them. But that first one was a 14. It was a 13 plus 1. Breaks concentration on the storm cloud. I'm not going to make my third concentration check. Jordan, what was your initiative?
That would be a 14.
Okay. I accidentally put you at initiative 0 instead of 14. That's my bad. Val, would you like to do anything else for your turn?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay.
The pirate noises are my favorite.
All right, Cerberus, out of the 5 guys that attack you, burgers and fries, 1 hits for 5 points of damage.
Would raising my armor class to 22 stop it?
Probably.
I would like to do so. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
The good news is when I do that, I can only cast cantrip the next round.
Oh yeah, that's great. It's totally not like you did not that you haven't mutilated my entire pirate crew with a cantrip. It's the shattered corpses of frozen statues just fucking everywhere. Orandi, it's your turn.
Well, first off, can I see them, the enemies, at this point? If so,
You cannot.
okay. Do I have any inkling as to where they are?
Yeah,
Like,
you can
just
hear
kinda
a
based
crowd
off
of people on the ship across from you. You just it's higher up, so you can't see. So you would have to jump across.
Awesome. Yeah, that's my plan. I would like to get across however needed, and then I will, if I'm not too close, I'd like to cast Eldritch Blast.
So again, what's your jump distance?
Let me confirm, because I can never remember.
You have like a 60-foot long jump or a 50-foot long jump, and like a 30-foot up.
That sounds about right.
Okay, so it's going to be 25 feet to get to the edge of the ship, and an additional 30 feet to jump across. So you can use your bonus action to dash to get all the way across.
Okay, I'll do that.
You now have line of sight on 3 individuals.
I will shoot the 2 that are closest to me / my friend.
You're kind of close to your friend. He's engaged with 2 individuals, but there's a mask blocking your view.
He's engaged with. Oh, okay. And there's nothing I can do about him being about blocking my view, right?
You have 10 feet of movement.
Can I get around? Can I get them within line of sight with those 10 feet anyway?
Yes.
I will Eldritch Blast them.
Okay. Go ahead and make an attack roll and a damage roll.
$19 on the first one.
That hits. Hello, Wasted Sanity 77. Thank you for joining the chat.
And that's wait, actually, do I don't roll with advantage if they're engaged and I'm shooting from a distance, do I?
No, if you had used your daggers, you'd get sneak attack.
Right, okay. I was rolling with advantage because I was thinking that I would have So let me re-roll those, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, first one is a 15.
That hits.
There you go, the second one is a 10.
That does not hit.
And that's 10 points of damage.
Yeah, he's dead. Alright, is that it for your turn? Action, bonus action.
Yeah, that's everything.
Okay. You can't move and you are out in the open on the middle of the ship, just so you're aware. Yolkish, seeing the situation, not being particularly loyal to Nilid, and knowing that he's gonna die, he's gonna use his action to dash all the way up to the surface and take a breath. Base movement speed 30, half to 15, action dash to get it to 30 to get it back to the surface. He's not really going to move any particular direction. Oh, and I need to see if he gets his... He didn't use his breath weapon, so he still has it. What's the range on that? Doesn't matter, he uses action to dash. I'm an idiot. That's it for him. Zelfarius Cianadel. I need you to roll a d20. I'm not going to tell you how many death saves you have or have failed. That's a success. Nilid's turn.
Who came up with this music dialogue? It's fantastic.
Okay, so the octopus is going to use its action. What does she still have? What kind of saving throw is it?
You talking about frightened saving throw?
Yeah.
It's a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. I feel like she's got that. Let me figure out a thing real quick. Real quick, Brian, what level? You're a level 7 druid, right? What spell slots do you have up to what level? 4th? You have 4th level spells, right?
I have one 4th level spell slot, yeah.
Okay, cool. Then she's the right level. Yeah, so she's gonna drop shape. She needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
That means I drop
You're not grappled.
grapple.
Yep. She gets a 22 on her wisdom save. She is going to use her action to cast Summon Beast.
Question: does Summon Beast have a verbal component? And is she underwater?
She is, but spells with verbal components can still be cast underwater.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that. My bad.
She loses oxygen, so she loses a turn that she can stay underwater in human form. Which is good, really bad for basically everybody except for a druid. I got a lot of windows to work through, I'm sorry.
Just druid things. I also have a lot of windows pulled up for all the different creatures I'm planning to shape into this turn.
I'm dying.
Okay, so she summons a bestial spirit.
Can you tell us the spell name?
it's summon beast. It's not like conjure animals. It's summon beast. So it's not really. It resembles an animal, but it isn't. It's like a spirit. She's just gonna summon like a, I don't know, an anglerfish or some creepy looking eel or something. Something that'll make Jordan cringe. Something with like needle teeth. And then she's going to bonus action beast shape since she's circled the moon. And she is going to turn into a giant. Where was it? Oh, there. Giant snapping turtle. And I don't know if the thing can move on its first turn or not.
Hey guys, we should really help this druid come out of her shell.
Okay, so it takes its turn immediately after hers, but it shares her initiative count. I'll put a marker on the board for where it is. Okay. And then it makes a weapon attack that is 4 plus the spell's level. It was a level 2. It's 4 plus the spell's level in addition to a d20, I believe. Plus 6 to hit with an 8 is 14, and the Sea Hag's AC is 14, and the damage is 1d8 plus 6.
What CR is a giant snapping turtle?
CR3. I had to figure out what level she was in order to be able to do that. And then figure out like what CR she has available because I didn't have it written down.
Yeah, that's a beefy boy.
And it can only make 1 attack. So that's a total of 12 damage. Bringing the Sea Hag down to 11. And that's it for Nalid and the Eel Beast's spirit turn. Cerberus, it's your turn.
Alright, so the guy in front of me, since I can only use cantrips, I'm going to attempt to grab him by the throat or something and shocking grasp. $23 to hit.
No. That's it.
And 10 points of damage.
He is alive. Not for very long, but he's alive.
Yeah, and that's going to be my turn.
Jax, you and the Sea Hag.
Oh, real
Quick question. Yeah, go ahead.
She reverted, correct? Your druid
Yes.
reverted. That counts as a bonus action.
It's a free action.
Really? That's not
For-
what the 5e compendium says.
For Circle of the Moon, it's a free action.
Okay.
So with the Sea Hag, anything the Sea Hag perceives does Jack perceive it as well, or is the Sea Hag just its own entity off doing its own shit?
It's technically an entity doing its own shit.
Okay. Well, I don't have any way to heal Sulfarius. So... Yeah. I have no way to do anything with you, so I'm just gonna... Alright, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to... So how does it work if I pick him up and then shapeshift? Would he technically be like inside of me, or would he stay outside?
I want to feel you inside me, Zalfarius.
He's not an object yet, so you'd have to wait until he dies. But then, yes, if you picked him up and wild shaped with him, he would be part of your inventory. I hope that satisfies your question.
I would like to. How big is it? Did we determine how big it was down here?
It's not very tall. It's like 6-7 foot to the ceiling. It's not very big. Neil Kish wouldn't have been able to stand up vertically down here.
Okay, I'm going to quickly, in one motion, shapeshift into a plesiosaur. And
Can you
grab.
shapeshift into stuff with the swim speed?
Yeah, that's 4th level. I already looked it up.
Okay.
4th level is swim speed. 8th level is fight speed. CR2, Circle of the Moon. I can do a CR2, plesiosaur CR2. So yeah, shapeshift into plesiosaur, and like my goal was to like break open the side of the ship while shapeshifting into the plesiosaur, because it's a large beast, which is I think 10 by 10, right? Or is that 5 by 5?
Large is 10 by 10.
Regardless, I'm trying to like break open the side, like take Sylvarius in my mouth, and then yeah, that's my line of thinking here. Get Zalfarius out while breaking open the side of the ship, because I don't think there's anything else of importance on the ship. Hopefully, I'm just gonna break open the side of the ship.
I mean, I guess it's up to the DM. Like,
Okay, so here's what's gonna happen. This is gonna be the same kind of ruling. Here's the thing: you can technically squeeze into space. So if you wanted to try and burst out, you'd have to be something even bigger, because it's 10 foot by 10 foot. You technically fit into the space as normal. If it were 5 foot by 5 foot, you would be squeezing into the space. So you would have to turn into something huge in order to then take force damage from being in the space, but also do the same amount of force damage to the hull. And the hull has 300 hit points. So I appreciate what you're doing, but you technically fit in the space anyway.
Okay. Okay. Can I restart then?
Yeah, sure.
You said it would be a full action to use the paints, like, because I'm okay at this point. I want to try to make like a little hole to get out of.
Yeah,
Is the action to do that?
Get out of pretty easy.
Action. I'll use that to make a hole to get out of, and I will. Yes, it is a free action to like just to drag. I could drag half speed, right?
You can. I need you to make me an intelligence check to see if you put the hole above the waterline or below the waterline. So if you put it below the waterline, you could have a really hard time getting out of it.
21.
21, yeah. You're like, I put it about this height when I came in. So yeah, you managed to make a decent-sized hole big enough for you and for you to drag Zalfarius out of.
All right, I will do that, and as soon as I'm out, I'll bonus action into a plesiosaur.
Okay. I don't have a plesiosaur mini, so let me find you. It's a beast, right?
Yes, large beast. And it can hold its breath for 1 hour, so I can be above the water.
so it's already happened, but I was gonna say I have a healing potion on my person.
So, see, that was my first line of thinking, but I assumed that all of your possessions were taken away from you. because you're just a body in a barrel at that point. Like I would assume they would have plundered anything of worth off of your body.
Yeah, he's basically just wearing like rags.
Never
I thought
mind.
about that.
Okay, the beast tokens have been replaced.
Yeah, I don't think I have much movement left. Maybe a little bit, but there's really no reason to move. I'm just gonna, face the dock
Right.
with Zoe in my mouth.
And we'll consider Zell grappled. You're still gonna move at half speed because it's still the same.
You're cutting out.
Sea Hag gets a go. Sorry.
I'm gonna turn the Sea Hag onto the giant snapping turtle and just make an attack. It's not gonna hit probably, but it's a 17 AC, right?
Yes.
All right. Next turn.
Okay. Val, it's your turn.
All right. Let me see here. A giant plesiosaur just burst through a side of a ship. So I think the first thing I'm going to do is move away from that.
You do briefly notice that the giant plesiosaur has a small pig-like headdress with antlers.
Oh.
Yeah, it's basically my party's way of knowing that what I am when I'm not Jack's form.
Ah, okay. So how far away is this mouthful of person?
Like 10, 15 feet.
All right. I will swim that 10, 15 feet, point a glowing green gun at his head, and cure light wounds.
Alright, go ahead and roll the healing.
Gang, gang.
Instead of kill shot, it's heal shot.
For a total of 7 points of healing.
Okay, Zell. You come to. Naked. Basically. You're not sure what you're wearing, but your titties are out.
Naked and
in the
glowing.
mouth of a plesiosaur. Having just been shot in the head by a strange, no-nosed, blue-skinned, crazy-eyed, alien-looking thing. In the middle of the ocean, at night. Trying to think of what else would... Oh, and there's the sounds of Cerberus electrocuting and freezing people on deck while there are booms of eldritch blasts happening. And the last thing you remember is being beaten to a bloody pulp in the street.
Oh, I still have a bonus action,
You do.
which is going to fire on a snapping turtle, apparently.
Okay. Armor class of 17.
No, that was only a 12.
Okay.
I would just like to make everybody aware that I am putting in my mental note a large snapping turtle. Now that I'm out, I can physically see it. I would like to, just make that clear that I have seen one now.
To be able to beast shape into it, you have to spend an hour observing it. That's why
So-
she can only turn into sea creatures.
If anyone can just make sure that we specify that we're just gonna restrain her. Don't knock her out. We can't do lethal or non-lethal.
this sounds like a campaign session in of itself. A day with Jax at the zoo.
How many times can we cast commands? Or maybe just one suggestion spell of like, I suggest you remain beast shaped right where you are.
Did you make this character a druid just to spite me because I've thrown my druid stuff at you?
Absolutely. It was supposed to be a deck wizard, but I was like, nah, fuck that. Ocean bitch.
I want that to be what she's actually called, Ocean Bitch.
So there's some screams on the dock as what they think is a dragon comes out of the side of their boat. The guys on the docks are going to shoot you, and because they have screamed in abject terror, 3 of the guys on the ship are also going to shoot at you. I don't think this is going to make you drop beast shape. I just think it's funny. And I don't think I'm really going to be able to hit you. What's your armor class?
It's a 13.
Okay. 3 of them hit you for 15 damage. As little peppers of crossbow bolts begin to jam into your thick dinosaur hide. How have you seen a plesiosaur?
Okay, see, I didn't know about the whole 1 hour thing, so I remember when we were in the hell thing, doing Arondi, and we were in that room that was long, and I summoned a plesiosaur to like take the arrows, and then Arondi's character basically grilled me about being a druid and putting animals in the line of fire, and like, you know, basically. So that's when I've seen a plesiosaur. I didn't know it had to be an hour.
Canonically, there's an underground lake in Barad-dûn where plesiosaur have used as a spawning ground for many centuries. Because I like adding weird shit to my world. Plesiosaur, the dwarven token dinosaur.
Was that 15 total?
It is 15 total. One individual is going to attempt to hit you, Cerberus. I don't expect this to hit, but it's not a mob, so I'm actually going to roll it. That's a total of 7. Okay, a couple of things happened this session. You guys hear an enormous thundering crack.
Daddy Wizard is here.
My glucose guardian has arrived. At least I really hope so, because if not, we're fucked.
Daddy Wizard turned evil.
I'm
Give me your glucose, boy.
give me them glucose titties.
Oh, should I, you said you hit me with 3 attacks, right? Should I roll my concentration for the Sea Hag 3 times then?
Yes. They're all DC 10.
DC 10, just regular straight rolls?
Do you have, they're Constitution checks, so if you have, proficiency with Constitution saving throws, I think that you can... Yeah,
I don't.
They're just straight con rolls. Or they're Constitution checks. So, Orokus is going to arrive, and then subsequently, his simulacrum is also going to arrive. and I need to check the I think that's his action to get there. So there's that, and then I'll have to wait a whole other turn to use Lifeline Bifurcation. So
Hag's going,
Arani,
by
it's
the
your
way.
turn. You hear 2 cannon shots basically in the direction of the dock.
All right. I'm not concerned. Is my friend still in danger?
He doesn't really look like he's in danger. This kind of like scrawny Weasley guy is like trying to fight him, and Cerberus just keeps batting him away with his shield. Doesn't seem to be a big deal. However, you do hear the groan and roar of a plesiosaur as the pirates seem to be shooting at something in the water. Simple deduction would kind of tell that that's
It's probably my friend.
Yeah, it's probably your friend.
Right. In that case, I am going to shoot at those guys if I'm currently within line of sight.
Yeah, there are 3 of them.
Awesome. Then I will shoot at 2 of them with Eldritch Blast. It's been working out pretty well so far. It's an 11 for the first one.
Does not hit. Their AC is 12.
And a 17 for the second one.
That hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
That is 12 points of damage.
Yeah, he did.
Alright, and then I would like to use my bonus action to... Well, I'd like to move to a good hiding spot, and I'd like to hide in preparation to shoot the other remaining guys. And that will be my turn.
Okay, so you're using your bonus action to hide. You'll have advantage on your next hit. Neokish is going to use his action to dash towards a boat. Getting him like 30 feet.
I love how this turned into water combat.
Zell, what would you like to do in your turn?
Do I have my necklace on my person?
You have no belongings.
So I'm not doing anything, guys, because I don't have a spellcasting focus. I don't know. I'm just gonna be... Do I have, like, air, I guess?
You're like hanging halfway out of a mouth, so there's this warm, slippery, slimy tongue that you're kind of using as a bed and holding on to some small, nubby plesiosaur teeth. I don't know if they're carnivores or not, but they're nubby. And you're just kind of like riding around on like the head of a giant snake as far as you're aware.
So yeah, I guess he'll feel Zell's grip like tighten as he comes to and just be like...
Alright, if that's it for your turn. Nilid is apparently going to send in the pirates.
And the pirates are gonna say, "We're all pirates!"
What's 80 divided by 5?
16.
I almost beat you that time.
It's not a competition.
Alright, Nilid is going to go ahead and use her action to dash to scoop up Neilkish and move 60 feet.
The different levels of concern here. Like, she's like, I got you. And he's like, fuck you, I'm out.
And yes, that is a full... She has a full 80. She moved 40 to get to him, and then an additional 20 with him on her back. So she is also still encumbered. Even though I personally think that one should be able to ride a giant snapping turtle unencumbered. But because it doesn't have a full 60 swim speed, I'm not going to do that because it seems to be slightly slower than a lot of other creatures that can move that fast. She is also going to leave her thing engaged with the Sea Hag. It's going to make an attack.
Sea Hag is not there. I broke
Sea Hag is
concentration.
gone. Oh, you did?
I was going to explain that on my next turn.
Gotcha. Then she's just going to move it to trail behind to intercept. Actually, it's going to hold. Now, I would hold its move action so it can move into position to gain an attack of opportunity. But it'll just move out of range for now. Yeah, and it'll use its action dash to kind of keep up with them. Cerberus, it's your turn.
All right, and I definitely have no idea that they're there, so I'm just going to keep my focus on the guy in front of me. I'm going to try to shock him again. That's going to be a 13.
13. Definitely hits.
And 11 points of damage.
He only had 1 hit point left.
All
That
right,
after your
then I'm going to move forward and engage the one in front of me after that. And that's all I'm going to do.
Dropped you down the stairs on accident. Jax, it's your turn.
Yeah, I really wanted to explain the Sea Hag thing. Has everybody seen Avengers: Infinity War? So you know, like when the snap happens and everybody like kind of, you know that. So last turn, about 7 seconds ago, when I got hit by a couple attacks, yeah, winced, and then the Sea Hag just kind of disappeared. I don't know why I just really wanted to explain that. But yeah, at this point, noticing obviously that Zephyrius is alive, I'm going to turn around and like put my head up to the hole again, and just kind of offer him to go back in, perhaps if he wants to get out of my mouth and not in the water. Yeah, to do that, and then I'll just kind of sit in that position until he decides what to do.
Okay. Val, it is your turn.
Now, first off, I'll move myself to the other side of the ship here. And fire off a firebolt, I suppose, at Neilkish.
Okay.
That's only a 12.
Unfortunately, that doesn't hit.
Okay. I will then... Can I just have my turret tumble off the side into the water
Sure.
and then pick it up as my free object interaction?
No problem.
And that'll be my turn.
Okay. All right, the one pirate that just had his buddy blasted with Eldritch Blast is going to attempt to look for Orandi. Doesn't have line of sight on you, doesn't know where that came from. 4 of the dudes are going to attack the dragon. Two hit for a total of 10 damage. Your boy is going to try and attack Cerberus. He got a 12. That's it for the bandit. Alright. So, Orokus and his Simulacrum are both going to cast a 4th level spell. I've already rolled the percentiles for it. They don't summon a hostile creature from the demiplane of time. And he is going to rip his temporal existence in 2. There are now 4 of him. And I need to look at the rest of his spell list because the 2 new ones haven't cast a spell this turn.
Wait. They're all like independent spellcasters?
Well, so there's himself, and then there's a copy that he made that is basically like a golem. And then each of them just ripped their current reality in 2. It's called Lifeline Bifurcation. It's a chronomancy thing. It's homebrew, but it's a really neat spell, and I have a bunch of homebrew chronomancy spells that I've pulled into the game. Something that anybody can learn, that can learn from the wizard spell list. It's available to you guys. It's a bitch, and it's hard to keep track of. But I realized at one point that since he keeps a Simulacrum on hand, that knows all the spells he knows, and if he knows that spell, the Simulacrum can cast that. So at any time, he can have 4 of himself. The only thing is, the Simulacrum can't make a Simulacrum, and the Lifeline Bifurcations can't cast it. So he has a max of 4. Normally, you would have a max of 2 with Simulacrum. But these things only last like a minute.
Quite a few turns, though.
Okay. Those 2 are going to go ahead and... What can he see? Two of them are going to Dimension Door into range.
Is it getting hot in here? Or is it just me?
he's just gonna head them off. The other two obviously cast Lifeline Bifurcation. They can't cast another spell. They're going to instead move towards the ship. And that's it for Orokus' turn. Orandi, it's your turn.
I'm gonna come out of hiding and cast Eldritch Blast at the two guys.
Okay. You have advantage on your attack rolls.
I
not
don't
sneak
think I
attack.
have. Yeah. Oh, okay. Got you. Thanks.
No, if you threw your knives, you'd have sneak attack. Does not hit.
That was without advantage, so I'm rolling a second.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay.
Barely hits.
All right. Second one is a 19.
Okay.
The first one takes 9 points of damage,
That's enough.
and the second one takes 6 points of damage.
That's enough.
All right. And then for how far away am I from Cerberus? Can I actually see like any of my other allies actually right now?
Nope, just Cerberus.
Okay, yeah, then I'm gonna get up kind of closer to Cerberus. Do I see any other enemies in the vicinity aside from?
You run up to Cerberus, look over the edge of the ship, and there are about 4 or 5 pirates just pummeling what looks like, kind of like a walrus with a snake's head that currently has like a half-dead Zalfarius hanging out of its mouth and a tiny little deerhawk hat.
Well, shit. In that case, I don't know if this is allowed, but I'd like to use my bonus action to shout, "Hey!" and then I'll just like duck under and hide.
Okay. The pirate goes, "Ho!" Alright. Is that it for your turn?
Yeah, that's my turn.
Neilkish is going to go ahead and, since the turtle is just going underwater, he's going to do fucking nothing, because he can't see that Orokus is there. He has a crossbow, and Orokus is in crossbow range, but I never said that they came up towards the surface. Although, Neilkish was at the surface. Nah, the turtle would have dove back down underwater. He's going to ready a crossbow bolt in its crossbow, but he's probably going to do that to pick off people following. He's not gonna have the knowledge that Orokus is even there. Sad for him. They're gonna move 40 feet away. Ooh. Zell, it's your turn. I accidentally skipped you.
Yeah, I guess I'll just climb back into the boat. And look for my stuff, I guess.
So you're gonna attempt to get out of his mouth? Oh, he
Yes.
let you down, didn't he?
Yeah.
Okay, yes. Climb back into the boat. There are a fuck ton of barrels in here. One of which is open, full of a familiar green liquid from the potion shop that vaguely smells of like vanilla and lavender and wildberry.
Yeah, I'm just gonna see if I can find anything to use. Like any weapons laying around, any of my stuff anywhere.
Okay. Roll an investigation check for me.
I would guide myself, but I can't. So that's just a 9.
9. Fortunately, you don't find anything in the direct vicinity other than just barrels.
It's gonna. Are there any like stairs leading up to the top of the boat?
There are. There's actually specifically right next to you. There's a rope that leads to a hole in the deck.
That's convenient. I guess I'll just like peek my head up and like see what I see.
So far, you screw a little bit.
Oh, I guess I need to open tabletop.
Oh, it's fine. Annabelle hasn't been in tabletop. You see down on a lower deck, Cerberus is kind of like chilling, looking over the side of the boat dramatically. It's like a scene from Titanic. Arandi and Cerberus are both looking out at the night ocean together. It's kind of, I don't know, would be romantic if you didn't know the two of them better. And yeah, that's pretty much all you see, other than a couple of jackasses shooting your druid friend with some crossbow bolts. There's really not a whole lot going on. You look the other direction, you see a big dark form moving underneath the water, and you think your dark vision isn't that far. That's about all you see.
Yeah, not really have anything. I'm just gonna. It's one of those like. Nope.
Gotcha. All right, Cerberus, your go.
Alrighty. I'm gonna looking over the side of the boat. I'm gonna see those 4, and I'm going to cast Shatter.
Okay. My least favorite area of effect spell, just generally, because of all the times it's fucked me over in the past.
I'm sorry.
Celeste knows.
Yep. Val has that too.
And they need to make a con saving throw of 15.
All of them failed.
They all take 13 points of damage.
They're all dead. So,
Alright, and then I'm gonna just kind of look around and start looking for more enemies. I see one on the far side there, so I'm gonna start moving down the gangplank if I can.
okay. Jackson, it's your turn.
Well, I think at this point I don't see any more enemies over on the deck because I was gonna go attack or on the dock. So at this point, I think I'm going to unshaped and climb back into the boat.
Okay.
Was that
All
like?
right, you join Zell. That's a free action and movement, so you still have an action.
Aye, it's good to see you again. Yeah. Yeah. So, I think you're looking for your stuff. I think I'll help you out, and I'll just use like an investigation check if I can.
Okay, go ahead and make an investigation check.
19. I'm looking for any of his belongings.
Okay, you manage to find the 2 swords. You find the 2 swords. The staff. You find a bag that smells kind of iffy. You find a small statue of Frog. And you find his quarterstaff.
This is all Zell stuff, right?
Yeah, Zell helps you identify it as his. There's other like random bits and bobs around, but the weapons are pretty definitely Zell's. You don't find his robes or any of his other belongings.
Did I used all my movement climbing back in, correct?
Not all, like half. You still got like 15 feet, but
Hey, I need to go check out the rest of the ship yet, and I'll just like kind of walk off towards the actual stairs to go up. I'm looking for like the captain's quarters.
okay, sure. You won't get to the stairs with your remaining movement, but I will note that that's the direction you're headed. Val.
All right. So, how far away are they right now?
They're about 115 feet away.
Okay. And, alright. I will move towards them as that. And it's about half the distance, so that'd be about how far I can move.
Okay.
And then, fire another firebolt, I suppose.
At Nilkish.
Yes.
Okay.
That's only a 12.
Unfortunately, isn't enough to hit.
And then I'll use my bonus action to fire the cannon.
Okay.
That is only an 11.
It also does not hit.
Yeah. I guess that's my turn.
Is it just me, or are there like new phrases every so often that I haven't heard before? Because I haven't heard that one yet.
Actually,
Yeah.
technically speaking, almost everybody's dead. So. Alrighty. There are no more bandits. There's Arokus' turn. 2 more dimension doors as you see 2 more flickers of activity. Just one individual repeatedly traveling across town. And 2 of them are going to then cast Alacritic Casting. And they're also going to cast they're going to hold their action to cast Create Time Gate. And they're specifically going to hold it such that when Naleed moves to a space, they're going to just open it so that the giant snapping turtle slides through. It was an expensive Deus Ex Machina. Arandi, it's your turn.
All right. So I'm sorry. You said that all of the pirates are dead, right? So
Yeah, there's nobody left. You looked over the dock. There were 4 underneath. Cerberus snapped his fingers. There was like a crashing, shattering sound, and then they all flew off the docks, and their unconscious bodies are now floating in the ocean.
Yeah. So we're still in combat or initiative order.
I mean, technically speaking.
Okay.
There
I
are
know that
still 2
Zelfarius is there, right?
No.
Okay. That's right. You left. Sorry. Disregard. I am just gonna turn to Cerberus and be like, "Are you all right? Do you need any healing?"
I'm not allowed. Am I allowed to respond?
You can respond. I'm pretty sure the only one really locked into combat at this point is Celeste.
In that case, yeah, I'll respond. No, I'm fine. Do you happen to know where the rest of our group is? They disappeared underneath the water.
Yeah, I have no clue, but I do need some healing, so I'm going to go ahead and drink a health potion. And I guess I'll jump down to the dock and start looking for my friends.
Okay. For the sake of time, since it'll be Nielkish's turn and he's just watching for pursuers, it would be Zell's turn, but he's just going to look for items, which can be done outside of combat. It's going to be Naleed's turn. So, Cerberus, you turn around and watch as some distance away, water just begins to drain suddenly. Like there's a huge flash of white, like a 2-dimensional plane of white energy, and water begins sucking into it from 2 directions, and the large dark shape of Naleed disappears, and then the gate snaps shut. After that happens, 3 of the Orokuses kind of monitor the situation intensely. Like looking up, looking around corners. They seem incredibly perturbed and on edge. But that's it for combat. Good guys, good job, guys. Everybody gets a bunch of XP.
This man is scary.
Logan's gonna reverse
Everyone
into
gets 1,000 XP.
Are we not certain that Arokas isn't the big bad? Because I'm scared.
I feel like he definitely could be very easily if he's pushed just a little bit.
Well,
It
presently
takes-
you're looking at 8 castings of spells per round or per turn, so he is his own army.
I need his powers.
You should have picked wizard then.
I just need everything within his house.
I feel like there are more than one players at the table who feel that way, but Brian
yeah.
just wants one painting.
But yeah, those paintings.
Also, you can't cast 8 spells if you're death glared. Just want to throw that one out there.
That's true. The odds of 4 of him being death glared are pretty low, though. And Arokas definitely would have tried to dispel magic much earlier than the lead. But yeah, so you notice 2 of him flicker out. And then one of him kind of walks into town and then vanishes through like a weird glassy thing. And you're left with 1 Arokas. You're pretty sure it's probably the Simulacrum. Comes up onto the ship. Well, I don't think I was of much use, but it's nice to see you all again. Where are your friends? He's just talking to you on the docks. As Zell and Jax are probably still underneath the ship looking for things. And not entirely sure if Val would know exactly what just happened.
No. After a few minutes of staring at the hole, where the ocean was vanishing, I'm probably just gonna walk literally up the side of the ship and get on deck.
Yeah, so we'll say you guys gather. You 2 talk to Arokas for a hot second. Zell, you don't find any more of your equipment in the ship. Neither of you managed to find any more. And Val, you rejoin, and the 5 of you coalesce on the ship's deck. Technically 6 with Arokas. Technically 10 with Arokas, but we'll say 6.
Hey, I'm glad to see everybody made it.
Yeah, I'm gonna start looking at Zelfarius. Like, I'm just kind of looking at him, just seeing how he's doing.
Yeah, he's taking it all in. He's actually kind of gonna sit down and just. Okay, that was a lot. I think I've gathered what's going on, but yeah, thanks, guys.
Do you mind telling us exactly how you managed to fuck it up this bad?
That's a little bit harsh. I mean, I've done way worse things in recent memory.
No, first of all, I do apologize. I put all of you at risk and in danger, and secondly, I guess I was lying to you all and to myself. I wasn't doing okay, and I heard these voices in my head telling me to attack, and I guess I listened to them, and I shouldn't have. I failed you all, but it will never happen again.
You don't have to apologize to me though. I had plenty of fun, yeah?
It's good to see you, Jax. You're the man of chaos, and I like it.
Hopefully I didn't scare you too much with my dinosaur.
That was a bit much, I will say, It took a second for me to find the hat. If I hadn't, I'd probably freaked out more. Waking up after being on the street and you're in a giant aquatic snake's mouth in the dark. Yeah.
I do know we haven't had much of a chance to meet, but you do look like you're still a little worse for wear. Would you like a little more healing?
I mean, if it wouldn't trouble you, I actually have not found my focus. So I'm spellless at the moment.
Alright, so you see Val pull out a glowing green gun pointed at your head, and suddenly you feel 13 points healthier.
Oh. Okay. This is a lot's happening today. Thank you.
Madame Grata says hello.
Right, Zaltharius probably should let you know. Speaking of, that Val here was employed by Madame Grata to assist us in our endeavors. So they will be here for the time being to help us out with all of everything that's going on right now.
There's a lot going on. So I take it you all managed to kill Skorsgard and everybody else? Giselle just kind of looks around at the array of destruction.
There's quite a bit. Also, the ship's still on fire.
And
sinking.
the ship's on fire.
Don't worry about it, Zaltharius. It'll be fine. Cerberus, you can like shape water or something, right?
I can, but I would probably sink the ship at this point.
So I also put some holes underwater down there, so the ship might also be sinking a little bit. It'll probably take it a while to sink, because the hole wasn't very big. And, me knowing my ship, my ship details and water, I'd say probably a while, but 12 hours, maybe 24, if we're lucky, I don't know.
Also, I assume those are probably all people on the lower deck that we might want to get off the sinking ship.
Right. That should probably be our first course of action, shouldn't it?
Also, DM, is there a captain's quarters, and did we look in said captain's quarter?
There is. You have not.
That's where I was heading.
And while this conversation is going, I will start to ritually cast Detect Magic.
Okay. 10 minutes goes by. During that, you guys see Aroka sort of take stock of the situation, realize that you guys aren't leaving the ship, and begins to trace some patterns in the air and kind of puts a hand up towards the masts, which are still flaming. And you guys watch the fire lock into place. It just stops moving. So yeah, he's going to focus on that until you guys do whatever it is you need to do. He's not going to be able to stop the ship from sinking, but he can stop it from continuing to burn. Go ahead and... So the captain's quarters is locked. You have Skorsgard's body. It's been incinerated on the upper deck. Quick look through that. He doesn't seem to have a key to the captain's quarters, which it should be fine. Most of his equipment's still pretty okay. It's just his body that, like, disintegrated. But okay.
While this is going on, I'm just gonna go ahead and pick the lock.
Okay, go ahead and make a lockpick check. DC 16.
Is there anything else of interest on his body?
You unlock the deck. He has some nice leather armor. So he has specifically a longsword, and a set of chainmail. It's kind of like strapped together with leathers and things like that. Pair of boots. You're not wearing any shoes, so you can kind of cobble together. If you want to wear Skorsgard's clothes, you could at least cobble together enough to stay warm. It's pretty cold out here.
I just want to clarify something. So, this dude got incinerated by, like, pure moonlight. Does that mean that only, like, his skin, only, like, his flesh was, and everything else just dropped to the ground, because I would assume that moonlight literally just disintegrates everything. But
Yeah,
I mean,
I like
don't
to
know.
think he was like a steamed bag of broccoli. Like he basically boiled from the inside, but it happened so fast that most of the stuff just kind of stayed okay. That's how I'm gonna like. I don't want to be like, you cast fireball and all the loot's gone. And also, I don't want Zelfarius to have to stay naked for the rest of the session. So
Yeah, I'm gonna take some. I'll take the boots and maybe not everything, but just like a shirt or like
yeah,
a
sure.
cape
He's got
if
like
there's something.
yeah, he's got an undershirt and an okay kind of cape. You break in to the captain's quarters. What is Cerberus, Celeste, or Val, and not Brian, Jax doing?
I'd like to. I know he's casting a spell, but I'll go up to Delver and like, you need to come with me, please. And then I'd like to take him below deck.
Very well, I should be able to focus on this for a little while. Follows you.
I'm literally just kind of like the Will Smith meme, presenting the barrels and just, if you'd like to take a look.
Okay. At the same time, Val is already ritually casting Detect Magic. Necromancy! Just rife with it. You're in a bubble of it. It's intense. It's a lot.
Do I see anything beyond the obvious necromancy magic flickering around?
Your buddies, your new friends are kind of covered in goods. Zelfarius has a pair of swords that are pretty nice, pretty tingly with the good old evocation magic. Inside the captain's quarters, past a very glowy, purpley aura'd tiefling, there is not a whole lot. There'd probably be a trace, one or two small items. There's a, so if you want to talk about like auras, probably bigger than the barrels, which have a pretty limited necromantic aura, there is a huge bubble of many various forms of arcane energy surrounding this new strange white-haired character on the scene, the one that Cerberus brings down with you.
The one I'm going to keep a wide berth around because they terrify me. But I will walk past the tiefling, which I'm assuming doesn't have her disguise on right now since she got knocked out earlier.
Correct.
Nice seeing the real you as I walk past and try to find those little tingles of magic in the quarters.
And I'm just gonna be like, oh shit.
You
It's fine.
go up. Also, Arandi, you have an intense amount of pain coming from your head, like a throbbing pain in your forehead, and it seems to be coming from the root of one of your horns.
Have I felt any kind of pain like this before?
No, not really.
I've got a really bad headache.
The rest
You
of you can
alright?
see the upper half, the longer top half of the horn of Arandi's is broken off.
Ooh, yeah. Let me. I'm gonna. Oh, I don't have my stuff. I'm still gonna try and make a medicine check anyway.
Okay.
I will help. If that's possible, you can add a +4.
Oh,
Go ahead and flash of genius and add an extra +3.
23. Thanks, guys.
So, antlers are, they shed. Horns are bone, and this is very much more like a broken bone. If you found the other piece of horn, you could maybe mend it. In a medical way, not in the mending spell. Just I saw like 3 faces, like small muscle twitches, and I'm like, no, not that. It's not an object. But no, if you can find the piece of horn with enough medical attention, you could possibly set it. It might look a little wonky with a low enough medicine check, but with a high enough one, you could probably set it and fix it. However, this is probably not a good thing to leave open, so you bandage it with some clean like strips of sailcloth that you managed to find that aren't on fire, and keep it from anything bad from happening to it or any kind of bone infection happening. Val, go ahead and roll me an investigation check with advantage. And Jax, what are you doing?
I'm checking the same thing that Val is checking, except not like magical. I'm just checking everything else, like, you know, any documents that have any information or the desk or anything like that.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an investigation for that as well.
Got a
Jax.
total of 19.
19. Roll me 2d6.
I got a 16.
A 2 and a 6.
Total of 6.
Well, as a 2 and a 6, so a total of 8.
8. 800 copper pieces. Go ahead and roll me 2 more d6.
Seven.
That is 7,000 silver pieces. Roll me 66.
That's a 22.
That's 2,200 gold pieces. Roll me 3d6.
Seven.
That is 70 platinum pieces. Roll me 2 d100s. Or I'm sorry, 1 d100.
$36.
Roll me 3d6.
Well,
You find 12 gems worth 100 gold pieces each. And roll me 1d6.
that's a 4.
Roll me 4 percentile dice.
That's a total of 94.
What are the individual rolls?
I'm not sure how to tell.
Yeah, I had to roll them individually last time I did it.
Alright, I'll just re-roll them then.
I can see it. It's okay. You rolled a 90, a 2. Oh, you only rolled 2 percentiles.
Oh,
I need 2 more percentiles.
Okay.
Yeah, you got a 92 and a 2.
And that time it decided to roll them all. Okay. Bugger it off. So just take whatever you want from what you saw. I don't.
Okay, cool. I got it. So a 92, you find some mariner's armor, which is hilarious. You find a potion of greater healing. 2 potions of greater healing, actually, and a potion of fire breathing.
Okay.
All right, Jax. You find a couple of documents. You find a document, essentially a ship's manifest and deeds and things for when it's gone into port, when it's come out of port. Except you find 2 sets. You find one set that is the Haversham, and the captain and owner is listed as Scoresguard. You find another set that is listed as the Dreadglow. That is captained by Scoresguard. On the Haversham's manifest, Scoresguard is listed as having been born about 29 years ago. On the Dreadglow, Scoresguard is listed as having been born about 57 years ago. The ports include frequent trips up and down not only the Gwinian coast, but the Halfashire coast, all the way down to the I don't have a full map up. I believe it's the Euroscan Isles. No. Yes, no. There are islands at the south tip of the continent, as well as Shawar, which is an island just off the coast of Kosuk. Notably, no stops made in Kosuk. So the furthest south they've been is the tip. The highest north, there are more frequent stops than anything to a place called Mizzix Haven. You're not familiar with that name. There are more stops in Gresht than there are in Port Ianros, which is the major port town. A couple of stops in Fay Gulch, a couple of stops in Woldwater just for resupply. Main trade seems to be in Gresht, and then in the southern islands, with like a stop for resupply in Chawar. And they always seem to return to Mizzix Haven at the end of whatever journey. Judging from the manifest, they offload everything at Mizzix Haven, and the rest of their journeys are spent gathering supplies, which are mostly noted as like dry goods, pickles, things of that nature. There's something kind of off with the manifest, though, you can't really place. Just like the way that the onboarding stuff is written and the kind of supplies that are there, that are brought on board, just seem off. Like, why would anyone need like 8 barrels of gunpowder on a ship with no cannons, sort of thing. Roll me an intelligence check real quick. Yeah,
11.
you think this is probably some kind of code, or it's coded in some way, but you don't know how to decipher it. Arokus, specifically, seems to be concentrating and still seems on edge. Still seems actively wary of the surrounding area. He looks like an animal that has been or is in danger, that is presently monitoring the situation to survive. Doesn't seem concerned with his direct surroundings. They're barrels. I'm not sure what you want me to do with them.
It's what's in the barrel. There seem to be people in these, and I thought you might be interested in the liquid that it contains. And I'll crack one open, or the one that Zell was in, something, and just kind of show it to him and see what he thinks.
Okay. When you crack this one open, it's not mostly empty like Zell's was. You crack it open and immediately look down, and it is almost like a barrel of fish. There is meat and flesh up to the surface, all continuous, all one contiguous body that has been broken and mashed into the barrel, along with many others. As you open it, you see the eyes of 2 faces immediately switch and look at you.
Okay.
That's
Okay.
unsettling. Where would you like me to move these to?
Well, first of all, we need to figure out if there's any other people alive. So probably just on shore at the moment. But we should also be aware that the guards seem to be dirty through and through. So you being seen with us, it's going to be incriminating, to say the least.
Very well, but I didn't notice. Very well. And he begins. First of all, he casts Lifeline Bifurcation again. So there's a second version of him for a little while, and they both use telekinesis to begin lifting barrels just up onto the top of the deck, so that they can be rolled down onto the dock off of the sinking, burning ship. He does this as expediently as he possibly can. The reserves this man has for spellcasting, there's Alacritic casting so he can cast multiple spells. There's haste spells so that he can move things faster and just generally operate. Pretty efficient guy. A majority of his spellcasting ability seems to be in chronomantic in nature. And after about 10 or so minutes of trying to focus on multiple things and keeping the ship from burning down and getting everything out that he can, the ship is about halfway down in the water. As the more water it takes on, the more that the patched holes begin to give way underneath, the interior being wet, the tar getting wet, and everything beginning to kind of dissolve. He gets probably 70-80% of the barrels out onto the shore before the interior cabin is just submerged.
Could I increase that number if I don't have any spells to really move anything, but if I just use the good old backbone?
Yeah, you guys can help lift and probably get the remainder out during that time if you're not doing anything else. And it's only going to go down so far, so the main deck will be completely flooded. The upper decks will still stay up, and the captain's quarters will essentially be flooded knee-deep.
Yeah, I will do so. I'm just going to, as he does it, I'm going to help unload as many as possible.
Does anybody else want to help try and carry barrels out?
Yes.
I will help. Just to confirm, the room has been looted through and through, correct?
Pretty decently, yeah.
Yeah, no more of my stuff.
No more of your stuff.
I want a quick question. So the money I had previously, is that gone too?
Yeah, you woke up in a barrel with nothing. So you found
Cool.
you found some swords and other things. That it would make the most sense if all of those guards are in cahoots with the ship for a lot of the non-transit spoils, the non-bodies, to pay off the people protecting this town from investigation. So they probably have your things. That being said, I need athletics checks from every individual to help get the barrels out, unless you have some other way of doing things. That's not an invitation to be creative. That's if you can cast telekinesis or...
10 for me.
13.
Okay.
Seeing as Zalfaris apparently a little distraught, looking around at their stuff. Zalfaris, was it?
Yes, and you are Val, correct?
Correct. You seem a little distraught. Is something still missing?
Yes, but the main goal, I guess, is to get all these people. I hope there's still people inside these barrels off. We can find the rest of my stuff later. But yes, there is a fair amount missing still.
Oh, here. I'll just take a hefty bag of about 1,000 gold and put it in his hands.
Oh, I mean, this is yours. You found it.
No,
Don't need to-
I'm fine. I'm paid for what I do, and I've got my share already. If you're missing things, I think your friends would want you to have it. So be it.
Thanks, Val. Although, I can't talk. By the way, your skin's pretty.
Thank you. That and Val, for the first time ever, looks flustered and walks away.
Perfect. You guys managed to get all the barrels out with helping Orokus. Once the ship basically lurches and rests at the bottom of the docks, he exhaustedly lets go of the hold on the flames, and you almost feel like he may or may not have done something to invigorate them a little bit as they flare up quite a bit after he releases, and he just sits down on his ass on the dock and sits for a second.
I'd like to make my way to the house Nili, what was the name of it? Nalid?
Nalid.
I'd like to make my way to the house that Nalid came out of.
Okay. Doors open. You go inside. There's a scattering of equipment. It looks like a lot of crossbows were left behind as people just grabbed them, knocked things over, and ran out of the house. You can hear groans from upstairs, tired like moans and wails.
That's where I'm headed.
Okay. You go up the stairs, you run the corner, peek through the doorway, and we're going to take a very quick break, and I'll come back and finish up the session. So, hang tight, and we'll be right back. And we're back. We left off. Jax was investigating the house that Nalid had been in when the attack started. Everyone who's not Jax, roll a perception check. Jax, you find the body of the blacksmith. His entire left-hand side, from his armpit down to his ankle, is a cloud of purple and green bruising. His fingertips are bleeding heavily, and his the toes on his left foot seem to be missing. He's barely conscious, and his eyes are like squinted open through deep, mushrooming black, swollen bruises. He's dangling from the wall. He's chained to it, and his right foot, the one that still has its toes, the toes are barely holding him up on tiptoe. It seems like the angle at which his arms are being held to the wall are making it difficult for him to breathe. And his right shoulder doesn't seem to be connected to his torso the right way. He doesn't seem coherent, but that's what the sound was coming from. You can see also there's a small, almost like a footstool, like a small table, just to the right of him, that has a leather roll that's unwrapped that has a variety of tools and instruments in it. That it almost looks like a modified herbalism kit, like harvesting tools. And you can see even there's like some collections of moss and plants and things that have been stuffed into some pockets. It's not a stretch to deduce that this is probably Nalid's like personal toolkit. Thorough search of this second floor. You basically, like the first floor didn't have a whole lot on it. Thorough search of this floor doesn't take you that long. Other than, again, a random assortment of some cheap weaponry and some extra sets of clothing. There's nothing in here. Just the man. The rest of you Cerberus, you're really concerned with the barrels and talking with the Rokus. The rest of you smell a pretty distinct smell. You smell smoke.
You'll do it to us again, aren't you?
Dan, this isn't the second or third time I've done this.
I will look around to see if I see any fire.
Towards the northern end of town, there's a large orangish red glow.
Oh. Guys, we might have a problem.
Are they outside? Like, I'm in the house and they're outside, or are we all inside the house?
They're still on the docks. You're the only one that went up.
Well, what I'm doing is helping. I'll go. Are you okay? Are you okay? And I'll like put my shoulder, kind of in his body, like lift him up off the ground. So like, because you said his hand. I'm assuming he's like almost in a crucified position.
Almost, yeah.
Yeah. So I lift him up and like so he can breathe, and like with one hand try to like whatever he's tied up with, like untie it, so I could just basically get his body off of the wall.
He's chained, but there are keys in that small kit that you found. So you manage to unlock him, and he kind of falls like onto your back. You can hear him sort of wheeze in pain as the air entering his lungs and stretching out his broken ribs is causing him pain. Sort of this thick, gelatinous red saliva kind of like pours out of his mouth as like he falls forward. He makes a sound that you can very loosely translate to as a thank you. That isn't quite words.
Yeah, and I'll turn around and go walk out the house and meet up with the group with him over my shoulder.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I will. Just a quick question, or not quick. I will take that herbalism kit as well.
Okay, just add a random item to your inventory called Nilid's Kit, and I'll make an actual item later.
Val, real quick, can you heal this gentleman as well?
I just used my last spell on you for the day.
All right, that's all right.
Though, I do have this. And pull out a greater healing potion. It
Guys,
looks like he's in need of this.
yes, this is the blacksmith. I was talking to him before all of that mess went down.
I have a regular healing potion. I have quite a few regular potions of healing. If we'd rather,
That might be better. The graders are quite pricey by nature.
I could also medicine check before you. I'll do it as well, just on top of it.
Okay. So through the expenditure of a couple of potions of healing and a medicine check, he does stabilize. He doesn't really come to consciousness. He's pretty banged up and just is exhausted. Has been enduring more than Zell has for the last 24 hours. So he kind of, you can see some of the swelling go down, some of the discoloration immediately starts to magically heal over. But he does just lay on the dock and rest.
I'm just kind of gonna be like murmuring to him the whole time, like, "It's okay. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Like, just calm. And there are tears. Yep. So much guilt right now. Ugh.
As a very low wisdom character with no healing potions, I'm standing in the back just like, I wish I could help.
You look over and the very same vibe is happening with Orokus, who, despite his command of time and space, is really pretty useless in this situation. Kind of a dark mirror. Like there was a moment of envy for everything he could do, and then a direct example of his inability to do anything.
Wizards, the masters of like time and space. Here, cast a healing potion. Damn it, my one weakness. My one weakness.
You've exploited my whole plan.
Yeah, make a strength check.
Does anybody have any spare rags of some kind?
I actually, I'll reach into my pack. I've got some just common clothes that you could rip up and use as bandages.
That'll work. I'll do that, and I'll also try and make a sling for the, like, I'll try and set the arm, like, we'll set the arm and then give him the healing potion, so that way it heals into place, and then I'll make him a sling.
Okay, sure. Go ahead and make a medicine check real quick.
Natural 20 for a total of 24.
Yeah, you managed to set him up pretty good.
I'll take that natural 20 on that. That feels good. I think he'll be all right. He just needs some rest. Sorry for crying. Stupid, right? Should we go see what that smoke is? One fire after another, right?
Yes, just again, I know I'm a broken record, but the gods will probably be arriving soon if I were to guess.
I had wanted to mention that I didn't see anyone in town on my way here.
Like anyone at all?
No, it was dark. It's like 3 in the morning. But no guards. And you guys have been down here for 20-30 minutes now post-combat. No one has showed up.
I wonder if they all went back north from wherever they came from. Orokus, we were told that these quote-unquote guards came from the north shortly after an attack, but obviously they seemed off. I wonder if they retreated.
It's possible, and I would say to their tactical advantage at this point. And did you clear out everyone on the ship, everyone who was part of this crew?
I believe so. I think we got everyone. I think a couple of the leaders got away on a blasted turtle in the water, but
Oh no, guys, there was Carrick. We've got to find Carrick. Remember Carrick, the first mate who tried to attack me that one night?
Yes. Yes, he's either at the bar or hiding somewhere. Or he could have went with the mercenaries.
My concern is also, okay, no guards have showed up, but no civilians either. So, are they afraid to come outside, or has something happened to the entire village?
Are we near any actual houses?
There are some houses on the docks. Go ahead and roll me perception checks.
13.
14.
dirty
13,
20.
14. Dirty 20. Yeah, Jax, you immediately hear. You can hear some far-off sounds of, like, shouts and grunts. It's very faint.
I'll go ahead and take off in that direction.
Yeah, you guys can also see there are lights on. There are candles near some windows. There are the vague silhouettes of people looking out, trying to figure out what happened. Most of the people in town don't have dark vision and can't see as far as the docks. Also, the alarm bells would have probably only called a certain group of people. And if there was a significant amount of civilian repression in this town, probably trained not to come out to certain sounds.
I will follow Jax on this information being. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll follow.
Arokus just stays behind with the barrels. You guys head through town, smell following the smell of smoke. You do pass by one or two injured guards, the sort of strange guards that don't quite match what the town should have, being feasted upon by rats. And then a few more blocks, another 3 or 4 in a pile, same. However, once you get about 8 minutes up into town, you can see that one of the buildings in the market square, kind of, is currently in place. It is the tavern that you guys have been staying at.
Not again. Not again.
There's no movement inside. There are a handful of strange guards outside on the burning porch.
Hey, Cerberus, can you put out the fire?
If I have a decent amount of water, yes.
There's a well in this central area of this market.
Okay. If I'll see if it works. Can I? I don't know if it can. Can I use control water What the I can do? Yeah, can I first? So bring the water up out of the well, and then can I redirect float onto the building, or is that possible?
I'll say yes for this. Also, just to help out, does anyone have control flame?
I have produce flame.
I
Gotcha.
can't even spellcast at the moment. I could
Right.
create water, but I can't do it.
Yeah. No, you begin. It's a slow process, but you douse enough of the front of the building that you guys can. It's still going to be dangerous, but it's not so aflame that you can't get through the door.
I am going to go through the door and I'll say, I have teleportation and I have these boots. I'm going to see if there's anyone who needs saving.
Okay. Roll a perception check.
Also, what are these guards? Are they like kind of trying to block us?
No, they're dead. There are a lot of guards.
They're
that,
being
like,
feasted upon by rats because they're dead.
well, these specifically, these are in the flames of the front of the building.
Oh, got you.
Can I go in and assist Orandi?
Yeah, I rolled an 8, so assistance would be appreciated.
Okay.
If possible, I will do as well. I'll do so.
Sure, no problem.
Cerberus, do you think maybe it might be better for you to stay here and try to continue to put out the fire?
Unfortunately, that's a one-time use. I don't have enough energy to do that again.
Oh, okay. Well, we will make do. Maybe we could dampen ourselves with some water or something like before going in. I'm resistant to fire, so I'm okay, but...
I can try to throw some dirt on it. I can, count the earth around the outside. I can try and throw some earth to try to douse it.
That might work.
It's only like... Go ahead.
I got a 24 in perception, but go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'll just, I'll try and get some of the dirt out front of the house. Or maybe in, like, the front yard, or... Because if there's, like, stone, driveway, or... I don't know. Dirt from somewhere, hopefully near the house. And I will, excavate it, and I can only throw it 5 feet, so... As close to the house as possible. Get some up, and just kind of throw it on the porch fire, maybe, or... Somewhere, like, in the door that's close to 5 feet from the garden.
Okay, go ahead and just make me a check with your spell. Make me a wisdom check. A check with your spellcasting ability modifier.
Ten.
It would take some time. You'll be able to put it out, but not potentially before large portions of damage happen to the building. It is helping Cerberus. It is keeping the ability to leave through the front door. It's keeping that open.
That's what I'll do. And while they're doing that, I will continue to try and do that over and over till it's out.
Okay. Give me just 1 second. So, Rondi, as you go in, you can see that there are a lot of the guards in here. All on the ground. in some form of broken. And standing behind the bar, statuesque but slumped slightly, is the massive form of Brule the bartender. There are various means of destruction thrust through his body. It looks like it took place during the course of a large fight. Down near his feet, there is a cracked pint glass with a metallic bottom, one that he frequently was cleaning.
I'm going to grab that.
Okay. And sort of near his hands, you can see a figure in the flames. You can hear the deep creaking yaw of a ship at sea as this strange sort of Ifrit-like creature kind of tugs at his apron.
I'm gonna say no, and I'll try and like get it off.
Okay. It stands in between you and him, and sort of stands defiantly, and pulls out what looks to be a tiny... It's more like an image in the flame as opposed to being a real creature. A tiny flame-ish cutlass. Its form is kind of that of like a small pot-bellied sailor. Has like its head is shaped in a large triangular shape, almost like a tri-corner hat, and the front of its face is this large bulbous sort of sphere, almost like a big beard. But it looks essentially like the small caricature of a pirate. It like takes form to try and stop you from moving towards him.
Alright, I am going to cast Armor of Agathis as I go up to it.
Okay.
Orandi, wait. Does it seem, when it was pulling, did it seem like a, you know, like how a pet or a familiar is like, come on, let's go, let's get out of the, was it that kind of a pulling, or was it just...
Roll an insight check.
$11.
Kind of like that. And as Orandi steps forward again, and the sort of steam in the air of the burning wood crystallizes around her, it shudders for a second, and then you see it kind of zip through the space and disappear towards the hearth. But it is hot. You guys are running out of time.
I'm gonna chase after it.
Okay.
I don't think it was trying to hurt him. I think it was trying to protect him.
Okay. You move aside a couple of the fallen pieces of the ceiling that have covered up the hearth, and you can see a single stone that has built, like, essentially where one would put logs for a fire. A single stone has a glowing orange rune kind of carved into it, and you can you get the sense from the single brick that it's looking at you.
Does it seem like I can grab it safely?
You're not sure.
I'm gonna try.
Okay, you pick up the hearthstone. The rune does not stop glowing.
Is it hot?
It's warm.
Alright. And I don't see the Ifrit-like creature at all?
Nope.
Alright. Alright. I'm gonna put the stone and the mug into my bag of holding, and then I will look around. Is there anyone alive, friend or foe? I'm not concerned with that. Like, just anyone.
No.
Alright, I'll go up the stairs and check the rooms.
Okay. It is more on fire up here. You can see the space where the large half-orc had been sleeping. The kind of straw-filled closet is empty and ablaze. The rooms that you guys had stayed in. The cutlass that was jabbed into the floor is gone. It's just a burning building.
While she's doing that, I'm gonna walk up to Brule's body, just like place a hand and do a small rite, and just, I'm sorry, Brule, we weren't strong enough to help you. Please find peace wherever you go, and Dragon, guide him to the light.
Okay. You guys hear the second floor begin to creak.
Oh, Randy, we have to go. Come on.
My baby turned my volume off on my headphones. Could you say that one more time?
I just shouted at you. Come on, we have to go. This place is coming down.
I'm gonna telepathically say in a minute, and I'm gonna just check through all of the rooms. If there's anything of like value, also, you know.
Okay. So Zell, you leave. Orandi, I need you to make a dexterity check.
That was a 6. I did accidentally hit the spacebar while still in D&D Beyond, and I rolled a 20. So, you know, if I get advantage from being a cool rogue,
You don't.
say this. Okay,
You don't.
okay, just throwing that out there.
Okay. You take 10 points of fire damage as the floor in the hallway that you are standing on begins to give way, creaks, and you fall through the burning building into Brule's room.
That gets half to 5 since I'm resistant to fire.
Okay.
Oh, also, I have Armor of Agathis up. Does that do anything as far as...
Temporary hit points.
Yeah, so I just lose the temp HP basically, right?
Right.
Alright.
Okay. The ceiling begins to groan underneath the stress of the supports giving way. What would you like to do?
Yes, I would like to leave the building as fast as I can.
Yes, I should take my friend's advice and leave. While we're waiting, I'll just come out to the rest of the group. Brule's dead, with a handful of, I'm assuming probably the rest of the guards. Arandi's still inside. I told her to come on, but I couldn't follow her. She went upstairs.
Brule is a good fellow. He will be missed.
At least he went down fighting.
I am going to go ahead, while I'm in Brule's room, I'll go ahead and look around the room for anything of value or potential importance. Specifically, I'd like to try and look for a sign of foul play.
Roll an investigation check as you take another 3d6 of damage.
You in danger, girl.
It's a 23, and if I don't find anything, that's the point at which I will just teleport out.
Okay.
Or not teleport. I'll just leave. I can't teleport. I don't think.
Okay. You take 11 points of damage. Are you alive?
Sorry. Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm being used as monkey bars right now.
You don't find anything.
Okay, then I'm booking it.
Okay. So you book it outside. You guys can see that there are now people coming to, people grabbing water from the well, trying to help. You look around, there are definitely a couple of villagers now that you can see as the light's coming up. There are villagers that have been killed, that are in different parts of the square. There's another building that has been partially set ablaze that the rest of the people, that seems to be where a majority of the people were, so it's been put out. It was delivery. Apparently somebody stole a few horses and set ablaze the stables.
Are we able to see the direction the hoofprints go?
Yes, it's dirt road. And it's rained recently. They head north, along with many boot prints. Actually, you guys can now see additionally some villagers you haven't seen in your time here, including you, Celeste. You've been here longer than the group, but there are villagers coming from the west, along with guards that seem to have matching uniforms and standardized equipment, and this sort of sweaty, portly man, well dressed, who looks quite panicked. None of you have seen any of these individuals. There's not very many of them, but from what you know about the town, what you've heard, this would be the mayor, and these were probably the few guards that were left to hole up in his house, as well as various individuals who had been taken captive, used as bartering chips, things like that. Seeing them and the state, I mean, these are old sailors who can't sail anymore, who have been like, I'll pick up a spear and defend my town. It's pretty obvious from the state of what the security was in the village before this incursion. There was really nothing these people could have done to help protect themselves from the dozens or so of thugs that had basically moved into the town. But yeah, so it looks like a majority of those thugs went north, as well as a couple of horses.
Is Ozzy still at the stables, though? That's where Ozzy was, right, with the horses?
Go check.
Yes.
Okay. So you head towards the stables. Decent portion of the building has been set alight. It's doused now, so it's still standing. Your cart's been severely damaged. It looks like an axe has been taken to the axles and things like that, as well as the bits that the horses are. I'm not a horse guy. Attached to the cart with. There's only one horse left in the stable. I need you to roll an investigation check.
$17.
17. There is a sign of gravelly bits. You investigate a little bit further. Appears to be a humanoid who had been petrified and broken. There are scales on the ground and bits of burnt lizardy flesh, and the goggles that you had made still intact but on the ground. You don't see any sign of a large reptilian body. You don't see any prints. You do see, towards the opening of the stable, a wide track mark, something large being dragged and put on something. But there is a significant amount of marking around the large drag mark that it looks like whatever it was that was pulled up somewhere was struggling and flailing there, like claw marks in the ground, things like that.
I'll run back to the party. Hey, they've took Ozzy. They took Ozzy. We gotta find him, yeah?
Do you have anything that belongs to him?
I pick. If not, I'll go run back and pick them up. But yeah, I have the goggles. Yeah.
I can locate. Oh, not.
I would
Fuck.
like to use the goggles as my associated object to teleport us to Ozzy. Can I do that?
You cannot do that.
Actually, because I can. Yeah, that's right. Because I can only teleport to a location. What if the location is Ozzy's back?
No. It's a good try. That's not how that spell's intended to be used.
Unfortunately, he's a creature. I'm not strong enough for that spell yet. Wait, is it a 4th level spell?
Says the guy with no spellcasting focus.
Right now.
We have to go after them though. Yeah.
Absolutely, Ozzy is family.
Yeah. You don't turn
So-
on family.
The good news is, I do have access to the spell. The bad news is I don't have a focus at the moment, so I cannot spell cast, and I severely need to rest before
what-
I can attempt that.
Your other items are probably in the guardhouse, right? There's not anybody else here who can oppose us, so let's just go get them.
I mean, unless they took it with them.
Oh,
I mean,
Um,
we can still look, of course, but
well, what could you use as a spellcasting focus?
I mean, I don't need anything specific. I guess as long as it's a focus, it would be better if it was.
You need a symbol of your religion. But you can
I was-
ask around the town and see if there are people that worship your specific deity.
I have a really weird question. So, prestidigitation is transmutation, right? So the objects that you create with it are not illusory, right? They're real? No, it says a non-magical trinket. So, could I potentially, like, prestidigitation up, like, a handheld, like, symbol of the old dragon for him to use as a temporary spellcasting focus?
No. That's clever, but that's a little bit outside of what that spell should be able to do for a cantrip.
Okay, just wondering.
I have an idea then. How much is a focus worth?
I was just trying to find that actually.
Not much,
I
really.
think it's like 20 gold points, isn't it? Like somewhere around there, 20, 25, I thought.
If it's less than 25, I can paint you one.
That's right. Look at you.
If DM allows it.
They don't have a specific cost, so yeah, a totem
So-
or a tiny statue.
If you could tell me what it looks like and let me paint it, I get double proficiency with all, crafting tools.
Well, my focus before was a necklace, but let's make this a ring. That'll be harder to get off my person, I guess.
I'll give you the paints as this conversation's going.
And I'll just describe basically like what the All Dragon looks like and stuff like that.
Okay, cool.
Well,
You're given license to design a ring.
Okay, I've also traveled, so I might have seen an emblem.
Possibly.
Probably have.
All right, let's roll to see what happens.
Can your spellcasting focus be like a tattoo?
I believe cleric's holy symbol can be.
Oh, that's right. That's for a holy symbol. That might be.
I was thinking about it. Don't you worry.
That
Just
would
gotta
be.
I gotta get all my money back.
So that would be an 18 after bonuses.
It's a pretty decent ring. It's not. It's a platinum ring. It comes out platinum. It's not worth 25 gold, so it's a very delicate ring, but it should be enough.
And the paint's back. Those are astounding.
You're Amazing. That's really cool. And I'll kind of like get familiar with the ring and slowly put it on and just see if I can feel that connection kind of return.
Yeah, it's your natural attunement to your deity is there, and it's strengthened by the presence of the ring. So it works.
All right. This will do for now. Again, I think we should search the for the rest of the items, and we definitely need a rest before we go after them. At least I do.
I could probably use one as well. Yeah.
Well,
With that, we're going to go ahead and end the session, and you guys can talk out of game about how you want to proceed. And we will pick that up at the beginning of the next session. So, thanks for playing, thanks for watching, thanks for donating, and thanks for following. We got a couple followers and stuff. It's really cool. We'll be back again next week at around 11 a.m., 11:30, depending on things. And we'll see how the party chases down the remaining baddies. So, see you next week.